Hi. 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 How is everyone doing today? I'm not muted, am I? No, definitely not. Look at this cat. Look how she stares, like, vacantly into nothing. How are you doing? Oh no, I scuffed. I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. Let me fix it. I'll fix it, Callus. I'll fix it. That. That. I forgot to open the throwables. I forgot. But it's fine. Anyway, immediate technical difficulties on the stream start over. How is everyone doing? I finally beat the the final boss of Elden Ring Night Rain this afternoon, by the way. It's too hot. I've been very lazy. But welcome. Hey, Katchan. Hey, Metal. Hey, Callus. Ave Dominus Scuff. Yes. Blank, hello. Hello. What? Spoke too soon. Yeah, welcome to one of my streams. Imagine. Imagine. I try my best to minimize the scuff, but it follows me wherever I go. Am I recording? I am. We need to add the scuff tag on Discord. The scuffs are out enough for all. Shush! Shush! Add the scuff tag so people can find us. Do it. Do it. Recruit more. All shall become scuff. It is inevitable. I don't like this perspective. I want to go lower down. That means I have to adjust the focus. You're wondering why the blinds in the background are waving around. It's because I've got, like, got a fan behind me. Because it's fucking hot, chat. I hate it. I'm not meant for nice weather. It's the sad truth of my existence as a British person. Scuff is contagious. Yes. How is everyone doing? So today I'm thinking I'm going to give everything except the wings and the hair a wash in Druchii Violet. Just to kind of unify it all together. Except maybe the gems. Probably not the gems. The gems will have their own thing going on at some point. And I think I've picked out some highlight colours. I'm pretty certain. I'm pretty confident in my choices for highlight colours. For everything. I kind of wish I'd done the gradient a bit further up here, but we're a bit late for that. And it's not too bad. It's not too bad, I don't think. But yeah, I'm excited. So I think tonight's process will get this model finished, except the base. The base we'll do off stream probably. I mean, we'll probably start it on stream, but the end result will probably be an off stream affair. So, what is my goal? First we're going to do some shading, then we're going to do some highlights, and then we're going to work on the wings. The wings are going to be something a little bit more special. Most of the time tonight is going to be spent doing the wings. And that's the truth I don't like, but I will accept. Because I'm deliberately making life hard for myself, because I know it's going to look good, and ultimately that's the point. You thought there was only... No, there are multiple stories of sororitas who fell to chaos. Mirael Savathiel is just the first. I mean, there was one who turned into a corn demon prince after becoming a... after being infested by a fucking gene stealer. Yeah, there's some really weird shit that happens in the lore with Fallen Sisters. They're not very common. but they're more common than they would let you think. The reason why there's so few stories about them is simply that the Adeptosaurus kind of murders everyone who knows about them, because, you know, can't have the incorruptible, you know, daughters of the Emperor getting corrupted by chaos and falling. Can you? That's terrible for propaganda. So there aren't that many stories about them. And they usually get hunted. A bit like the Fallen in by the Dark Angels. Correct this little bit that I've noticed. I saw this last week and was just like, I'll do it next week or off stream, and then I forgot. But that's fine. And besides, it's a cool model. I didn't want it to just be a fucking statue. I wanted it to be something I could actually take to games and put on the tabletop. And this works, you know? The same reason we don't have Chaos Krieg. I don't know. Do you not remember the murder curse that happened in Arcs of Omen that corrupted even salamanders to the forces of chaos? And they became mutants and possessed, and it was horrendous, and it was great, it was glorious. I forgot what? What did I forget? They are fiercely loyal to the Emperor, but like sometimes, you know, shit happens. The sisters who have fallen to chaos are, as always, the exception. The exception to the rule. So, yes, it might be a bit weird.
Look out! Here they come!
Clack Attack streams just raided with 2 viewers.
Wow, Clack Attack. Thank you so much for this raid. How are you doing? Welcome on Graders. I'm Tiger. I love Warhammer. We do painting streams every Tuesday. We do lots of games with chat. I'm part of the Darktide Creator Program, so we've done a fair bit of Darktide. I love Elden Ring and Souls-likes. And we do a lot of variety games here. I hope that you have a cozy time with us. We are finishing this Demon Prince tonight. What were you up to? What were you streaming? You're alright. You needed some posture fixing after painting. Oof. What were you painting? I also understand needing to straighten your back and unshrimp yourself. It's something I do my best to make sure I do. I swear, chat, I'm not a shrimp right now. You can even see my posture in VTube Studio. Lol. Wow. I will do a hydrate though, because it's very warm. Wow. Why the bonk? Working on starter for Kings of War Champions. So demons right now. Very cool. I'm not familiar with that. That's not a game I'm familiar with, or a faction I'm familiar with if it's Warhammer related. But I get the feeling it's not. I like to think I'm mostly clued up on all the different things that happen in Warhammer. Wow. Because I am a fucking nerd. But anyway. I hope it went well. Did you have a lot of progress? Are you happy with the results? Right now we are just washing this in the armor and the body in Druchii Violet, just to kind of unify it is the goal. Unify all of the color. And add a little bit of depth. I really like using this purple wash on gold. It's something I did a little bit of on Fulgrim, but I think it really works as a wash for gold because they're such opposite colors. It adds even more depth than I might have initially thought about, and that's only a good thing. I like to use a big chunky brush for this. Just because it gets a lot of coverage very easily. And we don't want to spend too much time on it, really. Because the devil is in the details, and that's where we're going to be spending most of our time tonight, doing highlights. Highlights on everything. Actually, that's a lie. I mean, no, is it a lie? I don't know. It's a partial truth. The wings, as I've said, are definitely going to be the thing that takes us the most time. Warhammer-esque Kings of War is from Mantic Games. I feel like I've heard of Mantic Games. Hey Ruben, how you doing? Got a little carried away and should have changed tasks sooner than I thought. Though. Oh, I get you. I get you. I end up hyper-focusing far too much when I stream, especially. Because it's nice to vibe with chat, but also, like, I'm autistic, so when I start something, I kind of just lose myself a little bit in what I'm doing. It's entirely unintentional, but I think that's one of my charms, really. My voice feels very raspy today. I don't know why. I'm not sick or anything, it's just, I guess the air is quite dry. Which is weird considering how humid it is in the UK right now. It's like, we get all the worst effects of hot weather in the UK. And none of the good ones. There's a problem with living on an island, chat. It's awful, don't do it. It might look nice and be very aesthetic at times, depending on where you live. But ultimately, it's not good for you. Oh well, it's not good for your comfort in the long term. Also going for Slanesh. Yes, Baron. You've made it to level 30 on your RBTs. That's amazing. I felt like I needed to give my wrist a rest, because after the 8-hour stream yesterday,
Skulls for the Skull Throne!
Wow.
Wow.
Ruben just tipped €20. I'm doing good. Thank
Holy,
you. Good luck with painting.
Holy shit, Ruben. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we're going for Slanesh, because she's for my Emperor's Children. Also, if you're hanging out in Discord, don't forget to use the scuff tag. I appreciate it. I appreciate more people finding the scuff and coming to hang out. All shall be scuff. All shall be scuff.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now!
Thank you. Yes, do it. Subscribe with Prime. It's free. It helps me stay in plastic crack and paint. It's very important. It's very important that I continue to paint and fuel my plastic crack addiction. I am currently, well, once I finish my Emperor's Children army, which I'm mostly doing off stream because I painted most of it on stream, and it's kind of just doing the same over and over again. I might do Cathay for the old world, or I might do my Necrons, but I need to build both. And then hopefully by the time we've got all that sorted, we'll be able to do Saturnine, which will be also Emperor's Children, because I already have a Dark Angels army. And I don't really care for the other legions that much. So maybe the Word Bearers and Night Lords. But like, Word Bearers are basically just Chaos Space Marines in the Horus Heresy. Like, yeah, they are the most corrupted and the most chaosy. Therefore, I don't really need to do much except maybe just get a couple of extra models for my Word Bearers. Wow. Today is probably not going to be the longest stream. Mostly because I don't have that much to do. I don't have that much to do left on the model. I mean, maybe it'll take a bit longer than I anticipate. initially. That is also a potential. Because these wings are big and I want to do something really fancy with them. So fancy, it's actually kind of a little bit terrifying. But that's fine. We'll pull it off, chat. I promise we will. But first, with this wash done, now we can do the fancy thing. The fancy thing. It's either gonna look really, really good or it's gonna look terrible. There's not gonna be any in between, which is the scariest part about this all. It's either gonna look amazing or it's gonna look like the worst thing I've ever done. So I'm hoping it's going to tend towards the latter, naturally. But yeah. But yeah, Drugy Violet is such a nice wash. I really like working with it. I'm not gonna lie, she kind of looks a little bit like a purple Tau. Is this it? She, I think it's because I cut her nose off. I cut her nose off literally to spite her face. Which is also the reason why I fucking put horns growing out, well, golden thorns growing out of her eyes. Oh shit, I forgot. There's a front bit to the Chaos Star as well. Nice and simple. We've got our highlight colors for when that dries ready. The main difficulty I have now is that I don't really have a highlight color for the wings. And I feel like I need to have a highlight color. Thank you for the luck, Nuken. No, you're painting Eldar. It's been a while. Eldar are very cool from a painting perspective. They've got a lot of smooth shapes, which I like. I like smooth shapes. I don't like painting smooth shapes, but they please my eyes, you know? So, I'm thinking... The wings are blue, with a slight purple tint to it. We've got this magic blue, but I think we need to mix it. I think we need to mix our own color to get the color that we want. I was also thinking maybe this purple. What do you think, chat? Which of these colors do you think works best as a highlight here? The purple or the blue, or should we mix them? Mix. Hey, Dodonas, how you doing? You'd say probably mix. Probably blue, mix, purple. Most people are tending towards mix. I kind of think because I don't have a blue that's like the right color. The reason I was thinking this blue is because this is the same color as the very base of the very base color we used. It's the same color as this deep blue ink looked when we did our very first layer. Despite the fact that it's a very dark color. So I thought it would go well. But then I kind of looked at it and it's just like, it's not the same anymore. So yeah, I'm thinking we'll do a mix. Mix of both of these. About 50-50 should probably get us the color we want. I think. Let's try. Just gonna do 2 drops of that. And 2 drops of the blue. Let's see how this looks. Purple is a much stronger pigment component. I'm gonna add more blue. There we go. So before I start painting, this is what the mix looks like. It's about a 2-to-1 ratio. It's about a 2-to-1 ratio I think that's going to work as a color for highlighting. I think it matches it really well. Okay. With that mixed, I'm going to torture myself now. I'm going to torture myself. Because you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a stupid amount of texture on these feathers, because I'm fucking dumb. But it's going to look great, so, you know, this is not a brush I want to use. This brush is shit. Where do I want to start? Where do I want to start? The problem is the model is still wet, so it's a bit awkward to, like, shift it around. Where do I want to start? You know, I'm just going to pick a wing and yeah. You know, actually, there is... There's a bit of me that wants to just cheat and dry brush. But it won't look as good. But also, this is going to drive me insane. Fortunately, we have a little bit of texture on the model already. So we're kind of just trying to follow that. It's like, the hardest bit is just getting started, really. What we really need is just very quick brush strokes. It's like how we, did the wrinkles on the belly of Fulgrim's snake body. You can't hesitate, you just have to get on with it. Or you just create problems for yourself. Hopefully by the time all of these feathers are textured. Another thing is we're using quite thin coats, so it should blend quite nicely into the darker color beneath it. We're just keeping our brush facing towards us. It's just a little bit easier to control that way. And honestly, it doesn't matter if your brush is a little bit ratty for this, because feathers aren't exactly perfect in use. The cat is suffering from their own decisions. Yes, that's true. You're afraid the blue will be very electric, while the pastel purple will go better? Seal call, yeah, no. I do actually think that, you know, there's a bit of me that thought, you know what, the feathers look nice enough as is to do the thing I wanted to do later. But, I think the mix was the right call. So when we've done this later, what we're going to do is we're going to thin down some titanium white ink and pin wash the wings. And and that might sound really dumb, because it's a pin wash with white. But the reason we're doing that is because later, when it's dried, we are going to double pin wash it with fluorescent pink to kind of give it a nice high contrast glow. Or fluorescent violet, I think, is the color I want to go with. I think pink might clash just a little bit too much. You know? I quite like this. It's nice. It's very like it doesn't actually require much effort, but the result is pretty good. I think seeing all of the little bits in the wings. Do you guys see the effect, and do you think it's worth it from what you guys are already seeing? Because you can see the top, the lower halves of the top feathers have been done, but the bottom halves haven't. I think it's going to be worth it. In the long run. Oh, have you made any more progress on your Karlak, Kata-chan? I'm very curious to see how she turns out. These bits don't really have a center, so we can just quickly scribble over most of them. These bits down here do. What's that? Okay. God, this tail is kind of in the way. Please let me know if I paint off stream, because sometimes I do that. I like move the model to the off camera. It's entirely accidental. Wow. Hey intrusive, how you doing? Oh, I'm moving my tracking by accident. What? What? There we go. You're doing Barroth on a whim. That's fair. Wow, no progress on Karlak. Karlak is babe. She's best girl. You should do more work on her. Well, But if you're in the mood to paint Baroth, I won't dissuade you. Ultimately, that's just how painting works. You gotta paint what you feel, what you're vibing with tonight. There was a little bit of me that was thinking, I'm actually not, I was 100% not wanting to paint. That was this afternoon when I was like, thinking, oh, I should do some painting and get some more progress on my army. But it was too hot, I didn't want to. Temperature does affect paint, by the way, so do be careful with your paints. Make sure that they have plenty of medium in them. Make sure they're extra thin. Because a lack of moisture in the air could be nightmarish. I just dry brush these bits because they're very close together. This might take a while. Once this highlight is done, that's going to be the longest part of this whole miniature. What do we think, chat? You can probably see the textured version versus the untextured version. Do you think it's worth it? Do you think it's worth that effort? I'm gonna move the light away so there's less reflection. You kind of need the light to see it. But yeah. Right side is the one I've just been working on. The left side is just as it is naturally. It doesn't look too different. I'll be honest. It doesn't look too different. But I think the effect is more pronounced just because there's quite a bit of texture on the model. Tiger didn't want to be rotated. Demon Princess, yes. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. You're not in the mood for something super fancy. That's fair. The Giant Woman. Hey, Alyana. Demon Princess, yes. Zinchi feathers, but also Slaneshi bits. Yes. You know, Zinch doesn't have, like, a monopoly on demon feathers, you know? That's not how that works. Just look at Azazel in Total Warhammer. One of the first Demon Prince models that wasn't, like, they didn't have bat wings. And they were a Demon Prince of Slanesh. Also, like, feathers are aesthetic. Fulgrim sometimes has feathers when he wants to. We're just creating some texture very quickly. just going to do these because they're very quick to do. I just have to sort of dry brush them a little bit. These like very inner feathers, the really tiny ones. Hey Cal, how you doing? Wow, I will do a hydrate. Well, Fulgrim is more of a peacock than a phoenix. That's true. The chalice must be contained. Hey Andy, how you doing? Look at this melty cat. Look at this melty cat. She is literally liquid. Say hi to Evie, chat. Painting's going well, yeah. Also, Aliona, the people I thought I had in mind, I asked Ray and I asked Beppis. Neither of them can make our Saturday collab, so I'm sure we're short one person for our Elden Ring Night Rain collab. So we'll have to figure it out. Thank you, Cal. Thank you, Omega. At least someone has the manners to say hello to the cat. Even though she's like sleeping. Well, how are you finding Darktide, by the way? Are you enjoying the Arbitrator? You think I can convince my mod to come early? Hell yeah. Oh, I killed the final boss today. I just did it off stream. I still haven't got any of the true endings though, because like I haven't finished penances, remembrances quests, so I need to do that. So I'll probably do a little bit of that off stream. I do have a Night Rain collab tomorrow. I don't know how deep Nay is. I know Lex has basically finished everything, I think. He plays a lot of solo mode as well. Lex is really good. I kind of felt like I got carried in my kill of the Night Lord though, because every time he looked at me, I just mistimed my dodges and died a lot. And then in the end, it was just one player versus the Night Lord because we were all dead several times over. It was just this constant trial to revive each other. It was very fun though. I really like that boss. He feels like the most Dark Souls boss in Elden Ring's Night Rain, which is weird considering how many actual Dark Souls bosses are in that game. There's just something about the atmosphere, you know? It's not as peak as the dragon, but yeah, it's a good time. So chat, when it comes to the inner glow of the feathers, are we thinking pink or blue? I mean, pink or purple? I think pink will look a bit more excessive in its contrast. But I think purple will also look really good. I'm not entirely sure which way I'm leaning. I'll hold the the colors up before we get there, though. I think pink will really, because it's meant to be like an inner glow. So all the little cracks in the wings, because they're made of stone, all of the bits, they're all gonna be ooh. They're all gonna be like filled in with that glow effect, is what I'm planning. Sinesh's success is good. Yeah, that's true. I'd say pink would give the glowy effect of a purple, will give it more character. Tiger no use gloves. Look, okay, look, sometimes you have to just paint on the back of your hand because you can see how opaque the pigment is. Okay, that's very important. It's very important. Okay. Don't at me. Don't at me. Wow. I mean, yes, you could do it with glums, but it's not the same. It's not. And I will die on this hill. An artist touch. Wow. Look, I'm digital only. I don't know these things. That's fair. But yeah, when I mix paints, you kind of just have to test to see how it is. Because obviously, if you test on the model, it looks kind of, you know, it's not, it might go bad. You don't want that, because obviously, unlike digital painting, everything we do is destructive. It goes over. There's no, like, layering we can just test stuff out on. Everything has to be part of the final product. Unless we strip it all and start again, which I'd rather not do, because I'm actually quite happy with how it's going so far. Okay, that's the backside done of this. I think we've built up quite a nice little texture there. It could be more detailed. It could be more precise, but I kind of like chaos. If it's too even, if it's too neat, if it's too perfect, that just wouldn't be right now, would it? You know, I thought this was actually going to take a long time, but it's pretty quick, honestly. Like, I thought this was going to be, but actually, it's also really fun. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. I think it probably wouldn't be as fun if they were like smaller, if she was a smaller miniature, because then I wouldn't be able to like be as broad in my brush strokes. Yeah, I think that's the right phrase I'm looking for. If that makes sense, because I'd need to be a lot more precise, and the brush strokes would need to be a lot smaller. And any mistakes would really show up, which is weird. You'd think they'd be a lot harder to hide on a bigger model, a lot harder to hide on they'd be a lot easier to hide on a smaller model, but no. Because the overall texture is bigger, it's easier to hide them on a bigger model. We'll go try the new Rogue Trader DLC. Once I might not be able to romance Cassia. Do it. Do it. Who's the romance and option added in the DLC? Also, have you really not romanced Kibble? Kibble is best girl. And you're wrong on so many levels if you think otherwise. There's a bit of me that kind of is sad I didn't have the DLC because I've seen Corrupted Kibbler's ending, and oh my word, she is like the perfect chaos, like death cult assassin when she gets corrupted, because she ends up being Slaneshi and she's just obsessed with the Rogue Trader and just like an absolute Yandari, and it's great. I love to see it. I love to see it. I love to see it. You accidentally romance Kib. Yeah, it did. She's great. Like, total corrupted Kibbler. Absolute top tier romance. 10 out of 10. Want to experience that someday if I have 100 hours to throw into a Rogue Trader playthrough. But I probably won't have 100 hours to throw into a Rogue Trader preview stream playthrough thing. But also, if I ever did, it's going to be like when the other DLCs come out, and they'll probably have other romanceable companions. And I'm going to want to see what those romances are. And it's just like, why? She becomes your left-hand girl. That's true. But there's a kinky handcuff option in bed with the new romance. Ayo. Oh yeah, you get an RBTs in your thing. In your party. Who is the arbitrator that joins us? Are they mask or femme? Abelard. Mask. Ayo. Then again, you have like you can have a one night stand with Surbek, you know, the security chief officer. And she's like, oh, you should. I could really learn a thing or two about your choking techniques, lol. And I'm just like, ayo. I wasn't aware that was part of the romance scene. And it was just like, yeah, no, it's great. Sarbek's fun. I like her. She's such an obedient little puppy girl as well for the Rogue Trader. And yeah, she really seems like she's meant to be like a bit of a butch, like, kind of like proper in charge, like enforcer type. But she folds like paper and it's hilarious. I think you can do that in Act 1, basically pretty much as soon as you become the Rogue Trader. It's funny. I like it. Rogue Trader has such good writing. Like, I'm never going to stop singing the praises of Rogue Trader. I just wish it wasn't so wordy. Like, I'm excited for Dark Heresy being fully voice acted. I really can't wait for it. It's going to be like the game. It's going to be like my favorite game, I reckon. Because I already played Dark Heresy as in the tabletop RPG. I know exactly what I'm getting with the product. But I'm very curious to see their interpretation of it and how they adapt the stories in the things. Or which stories, because I don't know all of the adventures in Dark Heresy. There are a lot of them. There's like literally 20 to 30 books of Dark Heresy RPG stories that they could pull from and source from and turn into quests and DLC. There's so much. Like, it's insane just the sheer amount of stuff they can do with Dark Heresy. It's going to look Rogue Trader look like child's play if they do it right. And I trust Alcat with Warhammer IP. Like, I really do. They're like I genuinely think if you want to explore the Warhammer world, Rogue Trader is the best game to start out with. If you want to do that in a way that's not like, oh, I need to sit and read a book for a few hours or something. Hi, Punk. No, I'm not uploading anything. I'm just streaming. I don't know. Mine's not bad. Chat, is my stream bad? No. No, look at it. It's very smooth. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, mine's fine. What do you think of my wingies? Lol. Yeah, no, that was quicker than I thought it was going to be. I'll be real, chat. I thought that was going to take forever. It did not. It was also really fun, which I think is the most important thing. Always the most important thing, chat. Make sure that when you are painting and doing hobby stuff that you are having fun. And if you're not having fun, right, a good idea to take a break. Probably a good idea to take a break. These are actually already dry, so I'm going to start the pin wash now. So we're just going to take some titanium white ink. And we'll squeeze a couple of drops of speed paint medium into it, just to help it flow into the recesses a little bit better. I don't actually want to thin down the speed paint medium, because I do want it to be quite white and very opaque. But titanium white is a very strong pigment, so thinning it down a tiny bit isn't going to affect it too much. More than anything, this is for the ink to adhere better, because inks don't always adhere well. That needs to be thinned even more, holy shit. Okay. Cool. Never mind. Need to thin it loads, apparently. Holy shit. Okay, well, let's get a mostly, like... Okay. What do I want to say? Let's just start at the top. It's just a pin wash, so we're just gonna be into all of the little recesses, all of the gaps. Quickly wipe anything off. This is the thing that's gonna take a while, chat. This is the thing.
Do you hear the voices too?
Lucinda or who just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Lucinda. I hope you have a lovely time in our community here. Do you like Warhammer? Do you like painting? What brings you to our little corner of the internet also I'm off screen? Huh? The Tiger did a Rogue Trader collab and I didn't die horribly. I've not... And it didn't break horribly? I've never done a Rogue Trader collab. I've just played Rogue Trader before. I've just played Rogue Trader. I played it single player. It's a bit like in in Baldur's Gate, like... Unless you're, like, playing with very clear communication and you divide things up, sometimes, especially if it's a first playthrough, sometimes players can take your agency out of your hands. And that's not the best feeling in the world when it's your first time experiencing something. What happened when I first played Baldur's Gate? People were just asking if they could kill people, and I'm just like, oh, so I don't get to experience this whole story after they murdered Astarion and other things. And I was just like, oh, so I don't get to experience the game on my first playthrough. And then I ended up just starting again because single player. I thought it would be fun at first, but like... And yeah, it would probably be really fun having a run like that at some point. Just not for a first playthrough. Just not for a first playthrough. It's like when you know the story, then you can dick around and stuff, as far as I'm concerned. This doesn't look great right now, but trust me, chat. You have to trust the process. It's gonna look great later. It will. I swear. Yeah, I've never collabed on Rogue Trader though. We did get a few keys to give out from the devs. That was nice. Alcat were really fun to work with, so I'm hoping we can work with them again. Okay. Okay, that's part one done, kind of, mostly. This is gonna take a long time. Oh, why did I choose to do this? It's gonna look great though. It will. It will. I know it will. Totally gonna be worth it. It will. I'm not gonna hate myself after like doing this for as long as it's gonna take and then be unhappy because I've seen this technique and this way of doing this before and it looks great. So surely it's gonna be fine, right? They did go at it with an airbrush after this, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that because I don't want to. Airbrushes are a pain. Ron remembers got hit by 3. Oh, hi! Hi, Lucinda. How are you doing? It's always lovely to see you. Thank you so much. Also, I'm sorry about the ad timing. It's like they go off once an hour, but there's no ads for a whole hour. So, yeah. It was either I let Twitch run things and do just a bazillion ads every 10 minutes, or I just leave it as is. And also, there's no pre-rolls. Yeah, how you doing? I know you from Facebook. Lucinda's Wall of Heresy, right? We're gonna make these wings glow, and it's gonna look really cool. But how are you doing? It's lovely to see you. Also, sorry, my I can't see chat while I'm painting. I will do my best to keep an eye out, though. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna do all of the little ones, because that's just gonna be obnoxious. Or should I? No, that's gonna be obnoxious. Fuck that. It's literally gonna be the most annoying thing in the universe to paint. Okay, let's do the other side of these wings now. Because, yeah. Why do I do this for myself? Why do I decide to do things? Yes, Wall of Heresy. And, yeah, doing okay. Painting more locks while melting from the heat. God, it is too hot.
Do you hear the voices too?
Clack Attack Streams just followed.
Thank you so much, Clack Attack, for the follow. I hope that you have a lovely time in our community. And thank you again for sharing yours with us. I hope I take good care of them. I'll do my best. What? Why am I doing this? This is so long. At least this bit is kind of quick because it's just a matter of just letting the white run along all of this. One thing I do quite like about doing this, though, is that you can see that it's made out of statue, and I think that just adds to it. It's like, The wings are stone, so can she even fly? Probably not, but she gets to anyway because she's a demon. And they don't have to obey the laws of physics. That's okay, Clank. Sometimes people forgo. And also, you've just finished up a stream. You gotta do your self-care and stuff. It's important. You gotta take care of yourself. There are far more important things in the world and in your life than hanging out here. And I will say that for everyone. Make sure you are taking care of yourselves. First and foremost. Wow. Wow. My tracking kind of goes a bit weird when I paint because it's like there's a big microphone in my face and sometimes the tracker can't see past it. Okay. Let's just make sure that's tidy. God. This process is definitely going to work, right, chat? I'm not going to regret this at all. It's 100% going to work. And if it doesn't, well, fuck, I guess. If it doesn't, I guess I'll just repaint the whole model. Because that's what I'm going to have to do. Because I'll need to strip it and reprime it, because that's the only way to get rid of the sheer amount of paint we put on it. Without creating unnecessary or unwanted texture. So it has to work. We have to make it work. But that's kind of the part of the fun of trying things like this out for the first time. Because it's like, I understand the principle. It's like... But usually this kind of thing works best with oil washing. But oil washing is a headache I don't want to deal with right now. But oil washing is the best for pin washing. Contrast paints also work, so I figured contrast ink and medium would do the trick. And it has. Maybe not as well as I would have hoped, but it does the job. with a little effort from me. I feel like if it isn't working, always the old reliable shaders. I didn't think but after the shaders, they turned out well. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be fine. The issue is I need to decide. I'm going to do them in I'm going to go over all of this white with a neon, either pink or purple. Probably purple, honestly. The more I look at it. Neon is probably going to be just a little bit too... neon pink is probably going to be just a bit too harsh. And while purple will contrast, it'll also blend well with the other colors. Anyway, now we do the other wing. One thing that is nice about the heat, though, is just how quickly paint dries in it. Okay. I'm gonna do this bit. So it was the inner thing, wasn't it? Let's make it match them. It's so hot, chat. Wow. Okay. Ah! Smooth. I am like silk. It's totally gonna work. I can see it now. Yeah. Oh god, I'm painting off the screen again. I always do this. I don't mean to. It's really annoying. That's going to be fine. I might go over that with blue again later, though. Just to tidy it up, if nothing else. That's... Ooh. Okay. Okay. Now we've got that one last wing bone, and then we've got the last side to do. And then we can start figuring out how we're going to do the neon glow. I think I know. I think I'm just going to mix it with contrast medium and kind of stipple it on. I think stippling is probably the best way to apply this without an airbrush. Because it can kind of build up that volumetric glow in a similar way, but it won't be exactly the same. We can just carefully build it up. And also work for texture on this, because, like, obviously it's quite a textured material. We did the smart thing on the front and didn't have as much of the area covered. Because it's just easier. Evie, where are you going? Why are you hiding from chat, silly creature? Okay, what are we doing, chat? We're doing more of this goddamn wing. Okay. You put your paint on a picnic plate and add water and it dries on there quick. Oof. I use one of these little fidget toy things. They're really useful because like when they dry out, you can just pop them and then it just instantly cleans pretty much. I also recommend using a wet palette though if you like to mix on the palette. I have a tendency to use dropper bottles, which are very useful for kind of mixing. Once you figured out the ratios, it becomes really easy. Dropper bottles are my favorite. I used to really like Games Workshop paint pots, but I think that's because I liked the lip for like dipping in to get paint, but also I'd never used anything else. And I think that's the problem when you start out with Games Workshop and Citadel paints. You don't know that there are other ways of doing things that can make things better. You kind of get trapped in there very easily. I'm glad internet culture has kind of like spread that out though and made things a lot easier to learn in how to approach painting and the hobbying side of things. It's really nice. It's certainly much nicer than it used to be when I was a kid, trying to do this stuff. That's fine. It's a little bit stained, but like, it'll be okay. I'm sure. Just find the Citadel the easiest paint to get. And I know the combination. You know, that's fair. That's fair. I personally quite like Vallejo, an army painter. But I've also started to focus on using air paints, even though I mostly don't use an airbrush. Just because I just find, like, the pre-thinned ratios to be really good. And it's just convenient to use straight out of the pot. But I also like to mix my own paints. Usually when I do, it's like Liquitex ink and some kind of medium. Because there's just something nice about using, like, raw pigments. They just get a color depth and vibrancy nothing else can really achieve. But sometimes you don't want that. For my Emperor's Children, yes, I want all of that. Okay. One thing I also like, I think I've said it a couple of times, but I really like the fact that the wings are made of stone. They have all these little cracks in them. I think it's gonna look really great with this particular thing I'm gonna do. At least I hope it will. Cool. Right. Well, let's figure out our ratios for the wings, shall we? And the neon. Or at least I say that. I kind of know what I'm doing. Got some speed paint medium.
And the neon paint. Neon paint. Okay. So we are going to start with... Which was the side we painted last? I think we'll start with this side. It should be relatively simple to do. A fair bit of neon. Neon violet. And a fair bit of speed paint medium. Mix these up. Need a different brush to that. Okay. Just like before, we're just gonna... First layer. This is gonna take a couple of layers to get done. You don't have to be super neat. We just need to get it on for now. I think I've also thinned it down just a little bit too much, but that's okay. It's a little bit out of focus. I think it kind of works. I think I'm going to need to add some highlights to it though. It's definitely going to need another couple of coatings. But that's fine. The idea is that we get it working today. There's a bit of me that thinks maybe I need to do another mix with a different ratio. Because this is actually quite thin already. Yeah, it's already quite thin. Yeah, okay. Almost like it's actually an air paint, now that I think about it.
Do you hear the voices too?
Waifu Wares just followed.
Waifu Wares, hey, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's nice to see you. How are we getting on? What's up? We're just working on a custom demon print. So we're trying to do a whole inner glow thing on the wings. And I think it's overall looking kind of okay. It's going to take a little while to get just right there. What brings you to our little corner of the internet today? You don't often see too many people from that server, from your server in our streams. Could you come and check out some folks? That's fair. Have you found anyone super interesting just yet? We're just having a very chill paint stream. We usually play games with chat or do Souls likes and stuff, but Tuesdays are always our hobby day. So we just chill, we vibe, we make some progress on some chat requests and things. This one is something my Discord community voted for. And it's been a very fun project, honestly, all the way from the kit bash to the painting. But I think we're going to get her finished tonight, is my hope at least. She's going to look very different next to Fulgrim, I think. Looks really good, thank you. I'm pretty happy with it. There's a little bit of me that wonders if maybe I shouldn't have tried to do this whole inner glow thing, because I genuinely think it looked very nice after we did the texture on the feathers. Now I'm starting to doubt myself. But that's fine. We can always bring it back to the way it was. In fact, I think I know how I'm going to do that. I think I know exactly how I'm going to do that. And I think it'll work out quite well, honestly. In the end, at least. So much of like stuff like these glowy effects are all about trusting the process. Because it's the in-between stages that don't necessarily look the best. I think what I might do is give the whole wing a glaze in that original blue ink we had before. And that'll probably help bring everything together. How are things going, by the way? Do we have any new people having merch drops at some point? I know I'm just a little bean, so it probably won't happen for me anytime soon. Try and get this blended out. I think was something we should have probably done a little bit more of. Am I actually just covering the whole thing? Yeah, I am. Yeah, I think that's what I'm doing. I'm just going to cover the whole thing. Fuck it. Fuck it. This is how it's going. Sometimes I forget that I actually have more fun when I don't have to focus on getting things super neat. Because it'll ultimately all blend in anyway. Wah! Why? Hey, fungi. How you doing? Lovely to see you as always. Can we get a shout out for fungi, please? And waifu wares. Where are my mods? Mods. I summon you. Well, hey Graybear, how you doing? You're a sweet bean.
Do you hear the voices too?
Plutov13 just followed.
Plutov, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you have a lovely, lovely time in our community here. I would like to actually, yeah, no, I'm just going a full-on purple wash here. It's all just gonna be just a little bit. And that's fine. I'm a little bit concerned I've not quite done the wings as well as I would have liked. But that's okay. I remember we spent most of the first session just trying to get the wings right. And we got them right. And then we got them looking really good. And I think this whole attempt has not worked. And that's fine. Because it's fine. I'll make it fine. Dies inside just a little bit. It was meant to look nicer than this, I swear. We had such a nice blue color. But we live and learn. We just have to start over again. I'm gonna see if a wash with the ink will sort it out once it's dried. But I'll probably need to dry brush and retexture it. Almost certainly. In the meantime, we can get on with working on the rest of the things we were working on. You need help? You stole a Thunderhawk. Hey, where are you driving at? Can you pick us up some McDonald's on the way? Well, there's no help like inquisitorial chapter on the way to discuss your deed with you. How did you steal a Thunderhawk from an Astartes chapter? I feel like there's a story to tell. If your story is good, I may provide you shelter here. Mayhaps. Entertain me. Regale me. We're having a quiet time today. And it's nice. It's nice sometimes to chill, especially in this heat. Yeah. So I'm thinking this experiment didn't work out so well. So we're gonna try and get back to that blue we had before. So once this is all dry, for the sake of uniformity, we're gonna for the sake of keeping it uniform, we are going to dry brush it back to white, then ink it with the blue, and then reapply the texture we did at the start of the stream. Because that only took a few minutes to do, and it was really quick and it looked really good. So there are things that we tried out today that did work, and there are some things we tried out today that didn't work. And it's always important to acknowledge your successes, even when things don't quite work out the way you hope they will. It was from the Space Wolves. Fuck the Space Wolves. Yeah, no, GG. No one likes the Space Wolves. They are like Viking cosplayers. Like, come on. Viking furry cosplayers. It's like, bruh, no. Not there's anything wrong with being a furry. Okay. Well, that could have worked out better. But we learned. We learned something, chat. And if you learn something, you don't lose anything from the experience. Now, what should we do next? While that's drying, you'd probably work on these robes. Let's get a nice highlight color together. I say let's get a nice highlight color together. I'm going to be using this cold gray as a base. For the highlight on the robes. But I kind of think that cold grey is just a little bit too bright. So I'm going to mix in a tiny bit of black with that. And we'll just stipple that onto the highlights, because I like stippling. Stippling is a fun little technique. Look at how flat this cat has gone. She is melting. She is absolutely melting. After Saturnine box, should I be responsible and get my Warhound Titan painted, or embrace Whimsy and get a Thunderhawk or Mastodon? You should finish your Warhound Titan, because Warhound Titans are cool. And they are the smallest of the Titans. They're just little guys. You need to paint them. Take care of your Titan. I mean, take care of them. You have to. Where did my black paint go? It was right here. It was right in front of my face. I just put some in my palette. It's right in front of my face, apparently. Ah, why am I like this, chat? Huh. This black seems to just be getting swallowed by this gray. That's so weird. Usually it's never the dark color that overpowers the bright color. Never. That's very interesting. I need a small dry brush. Smaller than this, probably. Where is my smallest dry brush? I know it's around here on this table somewhere. I could use that, but I want smaller than that ideally. The issue is that a lot of the edges for the highlighting are quite thin. Oh, this'll do. Not as stiff as I'd like for a dry brush, but it's quite well splayed. Some of this texture off, some of this paint off. Hey Rex, Mastodon is sexy. I don't really like the Mastodon. It just looks a bit too boxy. I just wish the old Leviathan Battle Fortress from Epic 40k. That's what I want for James Workshop to bring out. The Mastodon is just like a shitty version of it. Let's be real. Let's be real, chat. You can try and boo me, but you know deep down I'm right. Just a little dry brush to add a bit of a highlight here. Well, I say dry brush, it's not actually dry brushing. I'm kind of like doing a bit of a dry brush slash stiff ball kind of like doing it all at the same time. But yeah, you should paint more stuff before you get new stuff. But the fact that you're already asking the question means that you don't want to paint something that you already have, and you're looking for the validation for an impulse purchase. That's what that means. And I'm not going to give you that validation, because not everything you want is always valid. Lol. I guess getting the Warhammer done means I won't need to decide what Legion vehicles to go. Exactly! 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 Exactly. You're already thinking about what the Mastodon is an excuse to fucking paint, to buy next. You know I'm right. Absolutely. Stop adding to your shame pile. It's only potential. It's infinite potential only because you don't do anything with it. That's how it works, Lucinda. That's how it works. And I won't endorse it. I won't endorse it. I will not. You know, I'm just gonna use one of my bigger dry brushes. Where was it? It was right here. It was right here. Now, where's my really nice dry brush? I have a set of 3 really nice dry brushes. They were all living on this desk. They've all gone away. Look at this fucking cat. Look at her, chat. Look at her. She's adorable. Is she not? Is she not like the most precious little creature? When she's not yowling for food. Where is the dry brush I'm looking for? These are the army painter ones. These are the really nice ones. We got another one. Oh! Well, there goes that. No, these are really big. I'll use this dry brush. It'll be fine. I can't find my little one. I have a very small army painter dry brush, and it's like my favorite dry brush to use. But like, this is what we're gonna have to do. Fine, I'll get like 20. Fine, I'll get my like 20 other armies done before Wednesday. Yes! Yes. You don't want an infinite pile of grey, because eventually you'll just get bored of them, and then you won't want to do it, and then you'll just become a hoarder. You don't want to be a hoarder, do you? Sometimes I feel like a lot of Warhammer 40k people are just people who have learned how to become hoarders through the process of collection, and I'm just like, no. 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 I refuse. I refuse. I will not. I will not become like that. And I constantly ward away other people from like doing the same thing, because it's a dangerous path when you get into hobby painting. It's a dangerous, dangerous path, chat. And you shouldn't indulge too much. I say this, I'm someone that enjoys Slanesh, so like maybe I'm a massive hypocrite, but like I also think a little bit of discipline is important. This is why Eidolon is the best member of the Emperor's Children. He actually knows how to like when to stop. And he knows like how far to go before it becomes a problem. Which is a rare thing for the Legion. He's like the only guy in the Legion who's like, yo, I've had enough to drink. I'm gonna stop and do the important things I need to do before I can't. He's like the only guy in the whole Legion like that. And that's why he's my favorite character in it, because it makes him interesting. It makes him stand out. And it makes him actually the only functional member of the fucking faction. It's a shame he doesn't have a 40k model. I hope he does someday. I really hope we get to see him at some point. Cool. Right. We could probably push the contrast a little bit more. I don't know that we need to, though, because it's meant to be black, and I feel like we've got a decent level of, like, tone to show that, yes, this is black, but, you know, there's also some depth to it. We could push the contrast more. I just a little bit more. Where's my cold grey? There it is. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Oh, maybe this was a mistake. Fungi. Hi. Much painting, many paints. I'm annoyed this didn't work out how I wanted it to, but that's fine. It's fine. We learned from the experience. Ultimately, that's all that matters. I say coping copiously. I'm actually really annoyed. I genuinely am kind of annoyed with how it turned out, because we had something really nice before and now we don't. But it's fine. We've done something nice once. We'll just do it again. I just need to find my white acrylic, which is not on the table. But it should be on the table because it's not on in my other thing. It should be somewhere on the table. That's frost effects. No, I'm pretty sure I used it last time and I didn't take it off the table. So if I did take it off the table, why are all the other paints I used last time still here? That's annoying. I should have another bottle of it around somewhere. But somewhere it doesn't narrow it down much. I really need to tidy up this thing. Okay. White paint required. Sometimes things don't go the way we hope they will. And that's okay. It's important that we learn. I aren't the only guy to keep his head. Lol, yes. You certainly did better than Ferris Manus, don't you think? I do like the very slight purple underglow we're gonna get. It's a lot more subtle than I wanted it to be. But ultimately, I'd rather it look good than bad. And what we did earlier, to my mind at least, didn't look good. I'm sure someone out there might like it, but I don't want to keep it on when I know that we've had something better. Sometimes it's better just to go back. Sometimes you can make mistakes in your decision making when doing hobbying. And that's okay. It's always important that we learn from the experience. And then we'll do better next time. Always work on doing better next time. Okay. Right. We'll start work on the highlights, and then we'll go back to working on the blue, on the wings. I know what we're going to do. Gonna wash it in the old contrast mix we had before, of the deep blue mix. I think we'll keep it just a little bit brighter than it was before. I think the purple, the sort of violet undertones will probably show through quite well, honestly. Hey Amit, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. How are you today? It's lovely to see you. Look at this cute cat we have here. Evie is such a sleepy little being. Okay. So what do we want to work on highlighting while that dries? We could do a little bit on the legs. I'm not sure that we have the perfect color out of the bottle to highlight though. So I'm thinking on something a little bit softer than this. So I'm thinking like a 2-to-1 ratio, just a little drop of alien purple with a little bit extra squid pink should probably get us a good overall highlight color for the skin. That's my thinking, at least. I could be wrong. But just eyeballing it, I reckon that'll give us a good kind of, like... That's about the same color. So if we go to, like, another 2 drops of squid pink... So 4-to-1 pink to purple will probably be the right highlight tone that we're looking for. Yeah. I think that works. Get another brush and just kind of smooth that blend out. Different brush, that brush needs a proper clean. I have so many brushes on my desk. I forget which ones I want to use and which ones I don't. I really need to organize them. Someday I will. Maybe not right now, but eventually. Getting ready to paint some of your army. Nice, nice. What army are you working on today? Corpus Brethren. I feel like I know them. Are they a Nurgle warband? Am I misremembering that? I feel like I've heard of that warband. Tell me about them. What is their lore? What do they do? Whomst do they serve? I think an extra highlight of just pure squid pink later will work really well. Yeah. Okay. So no, there are Slanesh women. Ah, they used to be loyal to being a penitent crusade, once called Oliensis, or fighting on this world against the Emperor's children. The world itself woke up, and because it was morbidly obese, this man swallowed them. That's hilarious and kind of funny. So the world was a literal demon. Holy shit! I didn't know the demon world sometimes took that quite literally, where the whole planet is an actual demon. That's kind of hilarious. I love that. So I'm guessing when they got crapped out, they were auto corrupted by the digestive demon juices or whatever. That's hilarious. Actually hilarious. I love that. I actually love that. I want to give her lipstick. Is that weird, chat? No. What color? I think I just want to give her black lipstick. I think that's fine. A Leviathan blue lipstick. I think that'll work. I just feel like, you know, it would look nice. They were forced to eat each other and others on the planet. That makes sense. I mean, how are they going to survive? I guess especially when it comes to Space Marines, because they have that special organ that lets them absorb the memories of the things they eat. I guess in the case of the Corpus Brethren, they took you are what you eat quite literally. Lol. Okay, what's next? I would like just a little bit of squid pink. Just a smidge. This is going to be a nice little extra highlight in places. Nothing too laborious. Very much so. So they kind of became everyone they ate. They absorbed their pain, pleasure. Oh, that sounds kind of cool, though. That's very cool lore for a warband. I survived being eaten by a demon wild, and you know, that time I got reincarnated in a demon wild's tummy. That's yeah, no, I like that. That's very cool. That's very cool. Very cool warband lore. What colors do they have? I am curious. think I'll do another Druchii Violet wash on the face later. Okay, what's next? I need to do some squid pink. Not some squid pink. I need to do some Warlord purple as a highlight on the armor, but there's not that much of a highlight needed on it, I don't think. I feel like the overall contrast effect has been quite good. We need to do the what else do we need to do? Time I got reincarnated as a demon world. Yes, exactly. The new Warhammer Isekai streaming on Crunchyroll. Well, colors are white, bronze, and red. Okay, that's an interesting palette. Yeah, no, I bet that looks quite nice, actually. Yeah, no, I can see that. There's not too much I want to actually highlight on this. I just want to a little bit on here. A little bit of an edge there. But it's mostly kind of already quite well picked out, honestly. Tidy that bit up a bit where some paint's filled over. A little bit of an edge highlight here. You just realized what? The horns are coming out of her eyes, yes. The horns are coming out of her eyes. Do you know why I've made the horns come out of her eyes? Because she, how she became corrupted was that she blindly followed visions, believing that they were, you know, a connection to the divine from the emperor, and then it didn't really end so well for her. Well, maybe it did, depending on your point of view. She is meant to be a cautionary tale of blind faith. And so I was gonna like play out her story at the Grand Narrative this year, but sadly I wasn't able to go because they ran out of spaces. I was gonna do a cool cosplay as well of both pre and post corruption version, because I made a model for her before she gets corrupted. She's a Palatine in my Order of the Bloody Rose army, which is why I wanted her to have like this sort of like more burgundy than purple armor, because like it would look a bit more on like a corrupted version of them. So pick of what they should look like in your art table. Oh, thank you. Let me have a look. Ah! I dropped a brush, but it's fine. I wasn't using it. This creature. Oh god, Kath-chan, that Bahara progress looks amazing. Holy shit. Ooh. Yeah, no, I can get on board with them. The Corvus Brethren look great. Though sadly, it's not too far. It's not too far from how I do my Pallid Hand Death Guard. Because they basically just use the old Heresy era scheme. Which I genuinely quite love painting, because it's very simple. It's just a lot of washes over Wraithbone or Off-White. Wow. Hey, Zira. How are you doing? You're a good girl. Are you having a nice day? Did you take care of yourself? Thank you so much for always taking the time to support us and always taking care of yourself as best you can, even though I know it's hard. I appreciate you. It's always lovely to see you. Thank you so much for being a very good girl for our community. Yeah. I want this brush. I like them because by the name and how they look makes people think Nurgle at first, but then you rip the rug under them and find out they're Slaanesh. Yeah, I can see that. Honestly, I kind of wish they would adopt slightly different aesthetics for Slaanesh sometimes. Oh right, this is the problem we had before. Is that it's just too damn bright. It's just too damn bright. We're gonna have to go through the whole slowly darkening it thing again, which is gonna take ages. But that's fine. The end, it looks good. It's a shame we couldn't pull off the inner glow for the wings and the feathers. That would have looked fantastic if we could have, but we don't have the skills to make that work apparently. Yet. Maybe we will someday. So we're gonna go back to trying to make a very dark kind of purple, like deep blue but kind of purple wing color. So I'll do one coat of this, and then when it dries, we'll make a new mix with some black and some purple in there. But still, the base color is going to be this blue. Diluted about 1-to-1 with speed paint medium. It's a shame. It had such good potential. Your goal is to make a 1 to 2k point. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. Holy crap. They appear in the book Demon World. That's cool. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. I'd like to have a little bit of a collection for most factions in general, but I don't know that I would, really. It's a lot of money and a lot of work. I forget how strong this ink is. Like, the purple undertones barely show through at all. We're still on track in terms of time of getting her finished tonight with a reasonable time. You have a lot of Slanesh stuff. Well, Slanesh is the best Chaos God, hands down. No debate, no discussion. Lol. So it's understandable that you'd have a lot. 4 Keepers of Secrets. Is one of them at least Shalaxi Hellbane? Because then you could actually run that as an army, I think. I don't have any greater demons. I think Fulgrim is the closest thing I've got. They've really, like, scaled up in terms of size with the newer models. And I actually kind of like it. I kind of like how big the models are getting. Because to me, they're just easier to paint. I should really oil wash that knight you guys can see in the background and base him. That's the only thing I have to do, is oil wash him and base him, and then he's done. Like... I finished him like 2 weeks ago. I need to just sit down and do it. Oil wash him, maybe do a night rain run, rub all the excess oil off, and then leave it to make sure it's dry for like a couple hours, and then be done. I should do that. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. No, I can't do that in the middle of tomorrow's stream. I don't want to leave it overnight, because if you leave it overnight, then it gets really hard to get off. Out of curiosity, chat. Now that when we first did this model, the blue, we thought this blue was too bright, and so we darkened it. But in the context of like how it looks now, what do we actually think about this shade of blue? Because there's a bit of me that kind of likes it. It does admittedly feel somewhat Zinchian. I could admit that. But what do we think? Do we like this shade of blue in the context of the rest of the model? Or does it look a bit too conflicting? Yeah. What do you think? I'm not against darkening it again. But I don't dislike this. But 8 Greater Demons somehow. Fulgrim Transfigured, Mortar. Well, you know, you gotta have the collection. Celestine doesn't count as Celestine doesn't count as a Greater Demon. Holy shit. I should probably paint Celestine at some point. So do you like the brighter blue? I kind of do as well. What do you think, chat? Should we just leave it this bright blue, or should we deepen it like it was at the start of stream? It is missing the texture. I mean, it has some texture. You have a Celestine you're corrupting into a demon princess. Celestine is too small to be a demon prince. I'll be real with you. Celestine is too small, like, as a model. It doesn't read... Like, yes, you can do one as a corrupted Celestine and make it look cool. But, like, it needs to... She needs to fit on, like, a 50mm base? And she needs to be a lot taller. She needs to be like, about this tall. Celestine's only up to about here. Then again, I haven't... She does? Huh. Okay. I'm curious. She's taller slightly. Okay. That'd be interesting to see, because I know that the winged demon prince is a bit chonky, to say the least. A little bit chonky. He's a bit big. Well. Okay, what else do we need to do? We need to highlight the, we need to highlight some bits. I mean, we need to highlight the metal. And then make sure that we're happy with the wings. Highlighting the metal shouldn't take too long, really. There's only a little bit I need to do. We'll start with the silver. I really like Vallejo silver. It just feels very, nice to work with. It's very creamy, which might be an odd kind of way to describe paint, but it works. Oh, tactical rocks are a thing. I don't like tactical rocks, though. I mean, these are some other demon princes I've kit bashed, and I've done everything I can to avoid tactical rocks to make them the right size. I don't know. I don't know. They're just not to my personal taste. There's nothing wrong with tactical rocks. Do a nice little highlight. Where do I want this to go? Ooh. I mean, I guess that answers that, because it's already on there, so... Fuck it, we ball, I guess. I will paint this with another Druchii Violet coating later, I think. Not that I think it needs it, I just think it would look nicer if it did have it. What we're trying to do here, at least. Little smudge to blend. Finger painting is really useful, chat. I swear by it. I'll always swear by finger painting. Especially when you want to get nice blends. I think I'd like to get a darker metal, actually. Darker metal. Chainmail silver. Just to sort of act as a mid-tone in that. We don't quite have as much of a mid-tone as I'd like. You're not painted her yet because no color is hitting me just yet. I get that. It's the old... Oh, the old metal Celestine. Oh, that's cool. God, that must have been a nightmare to do all that. Holy crap. Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. I love that. The amount of effort that would have taken. Holy crap. Yeah, no. More than I would have liked to do working with metal. I haven't worked on a metal miniature and... Actually, tell a lie, I did Azazel on stream. Like the old fantasy Azazel. Wasn't too bad. But like, that wasn't a kit bash. That was just an old Demon Prince model. Why are you seemingly so bright? It's like you're not actually darker. It's really weird. Okay, I'll get gunmetal then. Gunmetal will definitely be darker. There's no way it won't be darker. In the context of what we're painting. Why does everything look the same? I don't understand. You should be way darker than this. Okay, well that's fine, I guess. Let's do the spear and the other bright bits. And we'll figure that out later. Okay. Okay. This So, to the tail. What? Yeah, I can imagine. Like, that's a bit of a nightmare. I'd much prefer working with plastic than anything else, though. Like, working with plastic is chill. It just, like, everything is very easily pliable. And you can literally melt it if you need to make effects. I need to... Okay, what's next? Blend these a little bit more. Make sure we've got that nice silver line down the middle. Okay, and just a little highlight here on the little zip. And a little on the chain. Okay, with that done, I guess we'll do gold. Wait, no, hang on. This can just be done with a quick dry brush. Nice and cheerful and easy. Easy. Okay. I still want to tidy up this sword, honestly. It annoys me. It annoys me in places, and I can't have that. That looks okay now. But it's very reflective. I don't get why some people don't like Vallejo metal paints. I think they're really good. I don't know that they're as good as Ionic, but like... yeah, I really enjoy them. But a shine not quite like anything else. Okay, I think that works. I think that works quite well. Now for the gold, we're going to use Ionic Smart Paint Brass because it is a color that I simply think is my favorite bright gold to work with. So chat, once again, I'm going to ask, just to double check, what do you think about the wings? Blue wings, are we happy with it? Them being this bright? Or should we darken them down a little? I think they help us stand out a lot in the army. Maybe a purple wash on them. Just to like tint them a bit, maybe. If they were green... God fucking damn it, Lucinda. Wow. That's hilarious. Thank you. Where is my glaze medium? One day I will organize all my shit, chat. I swear to God. That day is not today. But it will happen eventually, because I swear to God I'm going to drive myself insane someday with how disorganized I am. There's my glaze medium. There's not too much I want to do here. I don't think I've mixed this properly yet. Because this brass tone is very dark compared to how I know the paint actually is. You don't know what you're going for, but they look very zinchy. Yeah, you're right. I think I need to go for either a darker tone or to tint them purple. But I kind of want a color that doesn't like match the purples we've got. I feel like she's gonna become very monotone if I do. I feel like that is antithesis for what we're going for. I think maybe just going darker would work because the rest of the model is already quite bright. But anyway, on to gold highlights, and then we'll think about how we're gonna do the wings. So I remember the first time we did the wings, it was just a lot of different washes over and over and over and over and over until we found something that we liked. It took a long time to get there. Ultimately, I was happy with the result though, so that's the thing that counts, right? We are happy with the end result. Maybe I want to wash it in a mix of pure magenta and purple and black. Maybe. My only issue with ionic paints, though, is that I never really use enough of them to justify the amount I pull out of the pot. It always feels just a little bit wasteful. It annoys me. Just a touch. I guess that's just down to me not being able to squeeze out like tiny amounts of paint from things. I will get better at that eventually. Okay. I'm gonna call the gold done there. So really, we're just at the wings now. The wings, we need to figure out what we want to do with them. I guess I could do a bit more work on the gems, but like, they're tiny. I did want to wash the face as well. I'm gonna go ahead and do those washes quickly before I have any other ideas that interrupt anything with our whole workflow. Okay. Okay. Where's my big brush? My really big brush. There you are. Finish what you can of the Morlocks. Hey, Unstable, how you doing? Oh, nice. Let's have a look. Oh no, you're an Iron Hands player. Oh no. Oh no. I hope you don't lose your head when you ever face Emperor's Children. Well. Ah. But yeah, no, they look great. They look great. Okay, what am I doing? Yeah, I think I need to get a darker color for these wings. Okay. We'll figure that out. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna add a bit of carbon black when it wants to open. Fuck. Every time, it's always this same fucking thing. It doesn't want to open for me. A little bit of dioxazine purple. You only just started Iron Hands, as you wanted a drop site army for Saturnine box. You either already have them, or you're not interested in them. So either we bulk out Salamanders massively or Iron Hands. 2 drops of dioxazine purple. Three drops of deep blue. And we mix that about. And then we add that to contrast medium. A very nice, very rich dark blue we've got now. So this should hopefully work really well. Could be darker. That's more like it. So once this dries, we will have to go over it and do the texture before because it's going to be too dark to really see. Unstable, how are you finding the new Dark Tide update? I'm really enjoying leveling my RBTs. But then again, I had early access to it, so it's a good time. I hope that you're having a nice time with that. I am kind of sad that for a drop site massacre thing, they didn't do Mark IV, honestly. I wish they did Mark IV. I guess their whole thing was they wanted it to be like old stuff for the Saturnine thing. Which I get, but like... Mark IV is my favorite. I want more Mark IV. I hope they get more Mark IV in the future. I think we need it to be a bit darker in all honesty. To get what we had before. I think 3 drops of the deep blue might have been a mistake. But that's fine. We'll just have to do another coat later. I want this to stay upside down. How can I do that, chat? How can I get this? What is this floof? Get out of here. I want this to stay upside down while I continue to like do other bits. What can I lean it on? I guess I'm gonna lean it on this medium. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I think a little bit more purple in the mix later, and a bit more black as well will get us what we're looking for, I think. Okay. Let's figure out our next batch of pigment. It's gonna be an extra drop of carbon black for sure. Oh wait, no, that's dioxazine purple. Well, I want to add more of that anyway. Wow. Honestly, you're kind of happy as Mark II needed the update more than Mark IV. As much as I love Mark IV, I also need to buy a box of Mark IV Night Lords. Lol. I'm gonna add 3 drops of the black, and we'll mix that with what we had before. That's a bit too dark. Ah, fuck. It's too dark. That's annoying. 2 drops of blue. 3 drops of black. 3 drops of purple. 2 drops of black. So 1 drop of black isn't enough to darken it properly. How's this looking as a pure color? It's still quite dark, but I think this is more what we're looking for. Okay. We'll mix that in with some contrast medium. And we'll see how it looks. Yeah, that's basically what we're looking for. Cool. Perfect. Come on, hurry up and dry. You know, fuck it. I'm impatient. And we did it while it was still wet last time, so it's good, and it looks great, so I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll blend in a bit easier. Never mind, there is one final thing we need to do other than base the model after that, and that's to recreate the texture we did right at the start of the stream before we decided to mess with neon glowy nonsense and buggered it all up. Actually, I do kind of like wet blending this darker version. And it's nice. Should be able to create nice texture there. Okay. I hope that this is looking a bit less zinchy and a bit more just like colourful. I guess the whole like almost black wings was meant to have more of a, give it more a fallen angel kind of vibe. Not like as in fallen angel as in dark angel, but like fallen as in, you know, traditionally fallen angel. Have I played the new class? Yes. I played the new class in the creator program early access. And then I've leveled it to about level 17 so far. Really fun. My favorite class in the game. New main. My arbitrator is a great time. Thanks. Honestly, my favorite class to play. And not because it's strong, but it just feels very... it's the kind of class that makes you feel quite confident going into any situation. The way I spec mine, at least. Because I'm all about like having impact and crowd control and then having cooldown reduction. So... and having a lot of defense. So it's more of a tank crowd control class than it is like a damage dealer. But it also does a lot of damage. Well, because it's got big damage buffs on electrocuted and crowd controlled things. So on paper its damage isn't very good, but in practice its damage actually is really good. It also buffs what other people can do. Oh god, that's less than ideal. Why are you so dark? All of a sudden. Because I didn't use enough medium. I think it might be. But that's fine. It's excessively dark now. But we've mixed the medium in, so it should be fine. Just need to keep thinning it out with medium. And eventually we'll have something that looks about right. Okay. Well, when that dries, we'll be working on some texture on the wings. Also add a bit more brightness back into them. We're using the same blue-purple mix we did right at the start of the stream. So about God, what was the ratio? I can't remember. We'll start with 50-50 and then go from there. But first we need this to dry, so bugger. I need to grab a drink though. I need to grab a drink because I am thirsty and it is warm. By the Lex, I am witness. Yes. Right, is it auto finished now? Little chat. Once you hold the row and put one dismount, are done. Should you do Garrow, Ferrus Manus, or Meduson Immortals? Nathaniel Garrow, obviously, because he's the only one of those characters that matters. Lol. Ah. He did important things in the heresy. Why is my tracking not working? For some reason, V Bridger didn't want to pick up my. For some reason, V Bridger's given me like my blah. I think I need to restart my iPhone at some point. Hate the only Death Guard novels and all Garrow novels. It's pretty shit, honestly. It's pretty shit. Like, Games Workshop loves to just glaze the Imperium. And it's just a bit kind of boring, honestly. Like, I get it, they're the protagonists and all, but can other factions be protagonists at some point? Like, is that allowed? They have so many models, they have so many factions and so much lore. That's why I really liked Renegade's Lord of Excess, and I really liked you know, the Thing. I really liked Renegade and Eidolon because they were books that really like focused on the Emperor's children as the Emperor's children, and that's not something that they typically do.
Look out! Here they come!
Moo just raided with 4 viewers.
Moo! Thank you so much for the raid. How you doing? I'm restarting my tracker because it's being blah. And yeah, I'm just watching paint dry right now. Literally watching paint dry. Because that's all I can do. It's the only thing I need to do on this. Oh, shit. Never mind, there are things I need to do. Because apparently I forget that we put loads of paint on this and it's dripping. Oh, bugger. Well, shit. Fuck. Hi, Moo. How are you doing? How's your stream? Thank you so much for sharing your community with us. How are you? Did you have a nice stream? What were you up to? How you should play FNH. What's FNH? I'm okay, just very nerve-wracked. Oh no. Yeah, unfortunately, Gravity does not seem to want this model to look good because it keeps dripping paint down, which is, I suppose, my own fault for just using a ton of really thin inks. Oh, Fear and Hunger. Oh, no. Oh, no. Just by the title, I know that that's a horror game, isn't it? That's a horror survival game. That does not sound like it's up my alley at all. Horror RPG. You literally had a man's penis jump off his body and face hug. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Oh my god. Is that Twitch safe? Is that allowed? Look at this sleepy cat. We have a cat here, chat. She's very sleepy. Of course Lucinda would be listening. Fucking degenerate. No, I'm kidding. I love you, Lucinda. You literally... but that's crazy. I've never heard of something like that happening. Never. How do I update apps in the App Store? I think I need to update my my thing. How do you update apps on an iPhone, chat? Because I've literally never updated an app on my iPhone. There we go. For some reason, iPhone locale was not really working. It kept giving me this really weird IP address that made no sense in its formatting. So it wouldn't work. It wouldn't connect to vBridger, and I couldn't straight use it. So I've been relying on VTube Studio's like built-in face tracker. And that sucks donkey dick. Let me be real with ya. Okay, well, I'm hoping that that's worked and is going to be fine for tracking now. Kind of. Maybe. Maybe it's VTube Studio that needs to be reset. I don't know. So, what we're going to do next is going to be quite quick. Wait, how you are able to cut his dick off before it comes for me if I'm quick enough? Jesus Christ. Because sex and genitalia isn't the hard focus. You're good, you swear. Do you mean, Lucinda, do you mean you're a good girl? Well. Don't worry, I know the crowd you run in, Lucinda. I know exactly, I know exactly the fucking shitpost pages you hang out with. This is such a good use of the statue. Yeah, I know. I'm very happy. I am very happy with how she's turned out. I know. I'm going to create texture on the feathered wings, though. But first I'm going to get a drink, because I am thirsty as fuck. And not in that way, lol. You're going to have to blindfold you when you're in Embers. I'm not going to lie. I mostly just lurk in Embers. I lurk, and I pay attention. And I see what happens. I've been in Ember's Discord for fucking years, though. Like, way before I started streaming. Hey, Joni. Moo is just telling us all about this this lovely horror game that I'm sure we all really want to go out and play after reading that. Lol. Anyway, I'm gonna grab a drink because I'm fucking thirsty and it's hot. And then hopefully by the time I come back, this will be dry. And then we can do the texture on the feathers and it'll be done. Not gonna lie, you can't wait to play more of it. I bet. Anyway, I'll be back in a second. this creature. You got your arbitrator to level 30 already. Holy shit. That's amazing. I've only got the I maxed out the shield, the melee shield yesterday. Going in with a max, like with the perfect build weapon with my build is amazing. Hi. She is such a polite little cat. I love Haru so much. I love Eevee as well. Look at her. Sometimes, chat, I just have to gush about how much I love my cats. And I will do so unapologetically. Because they are just the best. Other people will think their cats are the best, but they're wrong. They're wrong. My cats are the best. Undoubtedly. Ooh. Actually, with this different tone of blue as the base, we might be able to work with some different colors. Azul Imperial might work. So might Hex Lichen. But we do want a fair contrast. I don't know. Oh, actually, I know what we're going to do. I know exactly what we're going to do, chat. We're going to do this twice. Because I'm a fucking idiot. Lol. We're going to do this twice. So, first of all, I'm going to do a dark mix of Azul Imperial, which is like a royal blue, and Hex Lichen, which I think will be a nice kind of dark highlight for these. So it'll be the first time the pass of doing texture. And this comes with no, that's far too dark actually. Good. I'm glad I realized that beforehand. What was the other blue we had before? It was magic blue. With alien purple. Well, I guess we'll just do the one pass. It'll be fine. It will be fine. About 50-50 mix here will do. See, now that feels a bit too bright, but I know it'll work, which is the important thing. One thing I do quite like is about mixing colors like this is that sometimes the mix is not perfect, but that just means that we get inconsistencies, which helps when you're trying to build texture like we're doing. You know what? No, I'm just going to keep it like this, and we're going to focus on one direction. Then we'll do the rest later. Is that a demon prince made out of the sister statue? Yes. Yes, it is. Let me put it down so you can see the whole thing. It's a really good base for the kit bash, honestly. Okay, Lucinda. Thank you so much for hanging out. It's lovely to see you in chat. But yeah, what do you think? I think it works wonderfully. But that's just me. Ideas may be taken. Good. Tell the people where you found them. I'm kidding. Just, yeah. Have fun with it. That's what this hobby's all about, right? I also like that Games Workshop has put the sister statue up as a made-to-order thing now. Because I'm not gonna lie, the only reason I bought the Blood and Zeal's kill team, well, I liked the Sanctifier's kill team because I thought, you know what, this is gonna be really good for models in an RPG that I want to run. And then, yeah. I thought, you know what, I'm going to turn this statue into something I can use in a game and not just sit as terrain. Not that it's not fantastic terrain, I just feel like it's a cool enough sculpt that there are better things you can do with it than use it as terrain, you know? That's just my opinion, though, you know? What do we think of the wings so far? I think this is a much better way of doing it than the weird glowy thing we tried to do before. Big lady, violence. You made it all your demon primes into Hololive EN first gen. That's amazing. That's actually amazing. Holy shit. Hey Joey, how you doing? When you say big lady violence, Joey, what do you mean? Do you wish the big lady to do violence to you? Because I'm sure that she will. I'm sure she'd be very happy to. Lol. In pain. Oh, poor bean. Thank you, Metal. Sans Amelia, the image I was copying, had her as Horus, and he's busy being dead, and my Abaddon turned into Iron Mouse. That sounds cute. That also sounds like a ton of work. Holy shit. But as long as you're having fun, that's ultimately all that matters. But they sound like really cool projects to work on. If you join the Discord, I'd love to see them. I can, yeah. Or I can just find them on socials if you've got them there. Yeah, the big lady can do me plenty of violence. Ayo. Lol. The giant woman. Oh yeah, I hope you feel better soon, Joey. Wow. You battle shock every opponent you come across. Nice. You know what I'm most excited for though? Getting back into fantasy with the old world. And Cathay, the models look so goddamn cool. Like, that's gonna be a big summer project. Big summer project. I've got some things I need to finish first, but that'll probably be like the project I kind of do a bit of work on probably during the birthday streamathon, where I'm gonna have like some time and some fun goals. I need to figure them out actually. I need to figure them out. I will figure them out eventually. Okay. Now we do the outside of the wings. God, there's so much. Oh my God, why? Hi, Oblivion. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I don't forget to agree to the rules. You need to do that to unlock full server access. Yeah, it's a nice time and it's a nice cozy time. It's a nice cozy time. How are you doing, Oblivion? What brings you to our little corner of the internet? It's always nice to see new chatters. I hope you have a nice time here. You good? Just a moment. So you're looking around on Twitch? Oh, nice. Do you play tabletop, or are you into the games or the books primarily? How did you get into the hobby? It's always nice finding new people that are into Warhammer. I started off in the 90s with my dad playing 2nd edition. That was a very long time ago. I still have those models. Sadly, I don't have the cardboard Orc Dreadnought. Kind of wish I did, though. Just for no other reason than just to slap it on the table as an official model. Back in the day. Hey, Johnny. You've been playing what since 1990? You just recently started painting a 7th army. Ooh! What factions do you collect? Do you play any of the other games as well? I quite like Kill Team, personally. Like, it's very, like... It feels... just as... I don't know. I kind of like the smaller scale. It feels a lot more intimate. If that makes sense. Like every action, every soldier means something. But it's basically like playing 40k, but instead of a unit, you have a single guy. And it's very quick as well, by comparison. Which is nice. I'll give these a purple wash later, I think. Just to kind of blend in the texture on the feathers with the base color below. It's quite fun doing the wing texture, honestly. It's very chill. You have Warhammer Fantasy Lizardman? Hell yeah. 40k, you have Tau Empire, Imperial Fist, Dark Angels, Thousand Sons, Word Bearers, and your new one is Night Lords based. That's some good stuff. I like that. I like that. I started Fantasy in the 90s with the old High Elf army set that was on the mail order catalog. That was really fun. I miss old Hammer, old Fantasy Battle. So I'm really excited for to get back into the old world later this year. I'm gonna start with Grand Cathay just because I really like the models. Oh shit. Not that I don't like the High Elf models, but I know my partner wants to play High Elves, so I'm just like, you know what? I also really like Grand Cathay. And they have really cool models. Like, everything is new, and the design team really cooked, so I can't wait to see them. Not sure how I want to build the squads, though. But I'm sure I'll figure it out once I get the Arcane Journal thing. I also think I want to try Age of Sigmar at some point. So you had Space Wolves with Ultramarines, but sold them. Oh, what made you sell them? Was it space? Or was that a time where you weren't as interested in the hobby? It's a shame to have to let go of models if you're not 100% sure about it, but sometimes we have to do what we have to do, don't we? So I started with Dark Angels. I still have all of those models from the 90s in second edition. Like, they were Dark Angels, but painted mostly from the second edition Warhammer 40k starter set. And then I kind of didn't really collect anything else other than fantasy stuff. I threw together a Lost in the Damned army around the time of the Eye of Terror campaign ages ago. Just cobbled together with like random bits. Like my dad wasn't playing as guard because he was playing Dark Eldar, and I had like a single squad of word bearers because I liked the word bearers lore. And then yeah, we just like I started back in 9th edition with Sisters of Battle, and then I started getting into Dark Angels towards the end of 9th edition again. Well, mostly because I got Age of Darkness and was like doing them as Dark Angels. But I want to do a new Dark Angels army, but like not Dark Angels. I'm doing them as I think I want to do them as Cald Warden's Primaris successors, because I don't like the aesthetic of the new models next to the old ones. I just think they're too different, even though they're kind of the same thing. I don't know if that's something other people feel. Your friend's son wanted an army, so you sold your Ultramarines and Space Wolves. You just didn't want them anymore. My Space Wolves, you just didn't want them anymore. But the day I put them in the mail, you regret it. Oof. You can always get back into them if you really want. You could always get back into them. Maybe you could have taught your friend's son how to play them. Maybe that would have helped you feel a bit better, because like you'd had a really cool experience and gotten to see how happy like they were playing with your models, and maybe it would have like felt a bit less regretful if you could have seen that. But yeah, I don't like the idea of having to let go of models. I've done it before in a big move when I just didn't have room to bring everything. I had an old epic 40k Dark Angels army that was literally 1,000 Marines, like the full chapter strength. I had the entire Deathwing Ravenwing squad companies, and then like all of the official force organization for like the Dark Angels in epic scale. It was really easy to paint back in the day as well, because it was just like green, red, done. A little bit of metal here and there. I kind of like those old tiny scale armies. They were really fun. Really, really fun. I wonder if they'll ever do War Master again. You know, the fantasy version. Another thing I quite like is about Fantasy Battle. I just kind of really feel like the rank and flank systems of Fantasy Battle was just nice.
Do you hear the voices too?
Oblivion_601 just followed.
Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you have a wonderful time in our community here. Okay, let's do the other side of the feather texture, and then we'll do a wash to bring it all together. I think if I do Druchii Violet, it'll kind of bring everything together. Is my overall thinking. And it'll help it look a bit less blue. I kind of want it to have blue tones, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay. And then on to basing, but basing is something we're mostly going to have to do off stream. Mostly because it's going to take ages for the texture paint to dry. Wow. Ooh, 90s original Harlequins. That's cool as hell. Very cool. I love what they're capable of doing with all the digital sculpting they do in these days. But there's something charming about all like the old metal clunky hand like sculpted stuff from like the 80s and 90s. The new stuff sometimes feels very clean and clinical by comparison. I don't think that's a bad thing. It's just a different kind of stylistic choice, you know? But I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it at all. It's just different. And I feel like there's something when you look at old models, there's just something that triggers my nostalgia. It makes me feel a little bit like a kid again. Which I think is important in this kind of hobby. And you need to have that sense of nostalgia. Because it's all like based in like 80s like ideas and whatnot. I like how the blue tones are really still showing through the Druchii Violet. The Harlequin, you always get people wanting to buy them from me. You turn them down. I think that's fair. Like, those old miniatures, not only are they worth a fortune, but you've had, like, years of experience using them. I think that's important. Like, there is sentimental value behind every miniature you've spent time on. And you can't, like, it's hard. It's hard to let them go, and I don't see why... Like, unless you do it as, like, a job where you paint, it's hard to let them go. I wouldn't want to let them go. Yeah, every Tuesday we do hobby streams, by the way. And Sundays we tend to do community games night, so we're usually playing Darktide these days, because... I've been hyped for the Arbitrator DLC, and it's been really fun. Started painting in the early 1980s with Dungeons and Dragons minis. Good old days where you had toxic lead miniatures. Oh god, yeah, no. They used to have safety warnings that you had to wash your hands after handling the miniatures. God, the old metal minis. I thought they were meant to be like pewter and stuff. Does pewter have lead in it? I don't know any of this stuff. I mean, I was a kid. I just rolled dice in the 90s. So I just roll dice, hopefully have fun, and paint and play video games and read books. It's a nice time. Youngster Joey full of blood. Pewter is mostly tin. Ah. The more you know. Wait, really? I thought tin was meant to be like a brown color. Huh. The more you know. I feel like the time of day is showing on this model. I think I preferred the texture we did first time. I could have probably finished this model ages ago if I didn't do the glowy shenanigans, because I thought it looked great before I did that. And then I was like, trust in the process. And I shouldn't have trusted in the process. Sometimes it'd be like that, though. Sometimes, like, you have an idea and you just want to try it. And it doesn't work. And that's okay. That's okay. We've gone back to how it was mostly before. I do think I could have probably been a bit less rough with the brush strokes on the wings to make that feather texture. But I think on the tabletop, which is what it's intended for, it'll be fine. It's too hot, chat. It's too hot. I'm gonna occasionally complain about the heat every stream. You are cooking, Jesse. It's time to cook. I'm kind of glad I didn't go to LARP this year because, like, if I'd had to LARP in this heat, I just no, I wouldn't have enjoyed it. I'd have just like wanted to stay at home. Okay, chat. What do we think? I think other than the base, I think we're done for now. We might touch her up in the future, but that's wait, no, that sounds wrong out of context. But yeah. We might revisit this miniature at some point in the future. Maybe. But I think for now, that's kind of it. You used to start Dungeons and Dragons in 1978 when you were 10. So in the 1980s, we didn't care about warnings. It was a great time to be a kid. I can imagine. I can imagine. I think as time has gone on, people were got a bit more cautious about the things they let kids do. But yeah, I think this will do for now. We'll base her off stream and probably get pictures up in socials and in Discord. I don't know. Later in the week, definitely. She won't take time to get sorted. Oh my god. I just had a look at what Sister has put in a thing. Hengast, that's amazing. Holy shit. All of these kit bashes are crazy. How did you do the heads? Oh my god. I love that Golgotha is Angron. That's hilarious. Oh, I just saw the fucking the Lehman Russ battle tank. That's hilarious. I love it. I love it so much. I'm gonna have to find someone to raid because it's too hot. I want ice cream or something, and then I want to go to bed because I have work in the morning. So the real question is, do I know anyone who's online and ideally doing something Warhammer related or paint related? I guess I could just raid into pink. Well, actually, no, maybe we should raid into Ursa. Ursa's a good bean. We haven't raided into Ursa in forever. Oh, maybe we could raid into Garcia. Garcia's also good. But Garcia's actually doing painting though. They're doing orcs in this really stylized way, and I think it looks really cool. Yeah. I'm gonna raid into Garcia. They're a really small streamer. Like they have like 1 viewer or something. So they've raided into us before and they do good work, so I think it's important. I think it's important to make sure we send over to people that do good work. Thank you all so much for hanging out tonight. Thank you to all the lovely people that have chosen to join our community these past couple days. There's been a lot of new follows. It's been really lovely. Like, honestly, I need to make a non-subscribers raid command at some point. I keep forgetting to do that. I know it doesn't like work unless you're a subscriber. Wow. But yeah, I will figure something out at some point. Thank you all so much. Tomorrow we are going to be tomorrow we're going to be playing Elden Ring Night Rain with Lex. I don't know why my VTuber model is glitched out. Maybe it's too hot. Maybe it's too hot and my and stuff is just like nah. Maybe that's what's happened. Anyway, tomorrow we're going to play Elden Ring Night Rain with Lex and Nay. They're very good friends of the channel. I hope that you'll come and enjoy that and laugh when we die. On Thursday, I'm not going to be streaming, but I will be on Pink's channel for some Baldur's Gate 3. And on Friday, what am I doing on Friday? I'm pretty sure I'm playing Darktide on Friday with chat if you'll want to come purge some heretics. Do some more RBTs leveling. Do some more Battle for Tertium campaign. Yeah. Anyway, I love you all. Have a wonderful day or night wherever you are in the world, and I'll see you later, okay? Mwah!